Testing audio.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our regular meeting of council for Tuesday, November the 25th. Starting with our land acknowledgement in the spirit, excuse me, in the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Treaty 7 territory and oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Likol Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. Moving to our update for our additions or approval of the agenda, looking to council first, is there anything that we would like to have added to the agenda here this morning? Deputy Mayor Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to request that we add an item called Presentation of Paul Harris Fellowship Award to Mayor Shannon Dean before item 6.1.
So that would fall under correspondence and information, or do we want to do that as part of moment of reflection? Correspondence, okay. So we're going to make 6.1, 6.2. Okay. You guys got that? Okay. Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Yes, good morning, Your Worship. Through you, I'd like to add an item to closed session 8.3. Let's call it East Acreages. And the two relevant sections would be sections 24 and, sections 29 and 34.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything from administration for additions or to the agenda? No? Okay. Council, can I have somebody make the following motion with the amendments to the agenda, please? Councillor Schindler?
I move that council approve the November 25th, 2025 regular meeting of council agenda with the following amendments. Add presentation of Paul Harris Fellowship Award to Mayor Shannon Dean before agenda item 6.1, and add closed session agenda item 8.3, East Acreages Access to Information Act, section 29, advice from officials, and section 34, information that is or will be available to the public.
Comments, questions from council? As I'm watching the gallery fill up, I feel like Councillor Sambo's up to something here with this 6.1. I'm intrigued. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Just a point of comment. Councillor Warzanowski is away today, so that's why he is not joining us. So Councillor Warzanowski is away and will be rejoining us for council meetings next week. Going to moment of reflection, I just want to comment on an exciting item that has happened. The CRCA has received a grant for just over $229,000. We will have the exact amount here up on the screen here in a moment. And one of the things that I think is really important is that we acknowledge when things happen in our province and especially in our community, and especially as things come from the province. And so a couple of things that I want to acknowledge was that this council made a decision early on in its first term, last term, to work with an organization called Alberta Council. And working with Alberta Council for us has been quite valuable. They've been able to assist us with setting up meetings with ministers. They assist us with information as it comes out from the province, such as mandate letters and things like that. Myself and the CAO meet with our representative at least once every couple of weeks, and then they work with all of Council on an ongoing basis. So, for example, when we were at the AB Munis conference, they were there and helping to connect not only myself but other councillors with representatives from the province and or other industry leaders. So one of the services that AB Councils offers to our not-for-profit community is grant writing. And so for all of our not-for-profits, they are able to reach out to Alberta Council to get assistance with grant writing. And this particular grant, AB Council was able to help the CRCA with the grant writing for this. So first of all, I just want to say thank you. And second of all, I just want to say thank you to the CRCA for utilizing this resource that we have provided and to our entire not-for-profit community, including our sports teams and those that work in our social service sector. This is a service that is available to you through Alberta Council. And so that's one of the things that I want to acknowledge. The second thing that I want to acknowledge was Minister Boychenko's office. So one of the things that I think that we can do a good job of as a council is that when money is received in our community from the province, that we not only acknowledge the province of Alberta, but the particular ministry from which that has come from. This council is working very, very hard at establishing strong relationships, which is why all of us went to the AB Munis conference, and then myself, I went to RMA conference last week, and it gives us an opportunity to have lots more interaction with all members, elected officials from the province of Alberta. So I want to do a public thank you to Minister Boychenko's office. He is the Minister of Sports and Tourism. I am also looking for support from council to write a letter to Minister Boychenko's office just saying thank you and acknowledging the grant that CRCA has received. So I believe Legislative Services has that motion ready to go. So if I have a councillor that is willing to make the motion so that we can just reach out and say thank you to Minister Boychenko's office acknowledging this grant. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd be happy to make this motion. I shall go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I move that Council direct Mayor Dean to write a letter to Minister Boychenko's thanking him for the $222,900,000 grant that the CRA has received through the Active Communities Initiative. I wish it was a round number.
Great, thank you. I maybe won't include that in my letter.
Fair.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Going to public input session, looking to our ledge services. Has anyone signed up for on the public input? I don't see anything on the sheet. Josh?
Through the chair, there's another motion that you guys wanted to make for AB Council.
Thank you. Can you bring that one up, please? Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I had done this informally, but council, we feel like we should do it as a formal process, then we could go ahead with that motion as well. Okay, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that Council direct Mayor Dean to write a letter to AB Council thanking them for their work in helping the CRCA get the $222,900 grant through the Active Communities Initiative.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. Seeing no for public input, we'll move to approval of the minutes for the October 30th organizational meeting of council. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
Yes, move the council approve the October 30th, 2025 organizational meeting of council meetings as presented.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And now for the November 4th, 2025 regular meeting of council minutes. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, everyone. I move that the Council approve the November 4th, 2025 regular meeting of Council minutes as presented.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Now to the curiosity. Counselor Sambo, should I just assume I'm calling on you for this one? I see the big smile happening down there. So, Counselor Sambo.
Great. Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. You know I like a good surprise. So I wanted to say a couple of things, sir, because twice now at the last two swearing-in ceremonies, I really appreciated how you went out of your way to talk about each member of your council and what you appreciated about them and what you thought that they brought to the role. But you didn't give us a chance to say nice things about you, so I'm going to do that. And then I'll introduce Rotary for their presentation, because politicians are often paid in insults, and we're not going to do that today. So Mayor Dean, I think Chestermere is incredibly well represented with you at the helm. I appreciate that you are proactive, you take action, you never wait for the other shoe to drop, you always meet things head on. I appreciate that you have vision, but you're also willing to let others know when they're wrong and when you're wrong. You connect through stories and personal experiences because you learn from your experiences, and that's a really unique ability. Being able to learn and grow every single day is not something that a lot of people can do, but you exemplify that every day. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate that you are willing to sit in discomfort, evaluate your own biases, and every single time you make the decision that you believe is going to be best for Chestermere. You lead with authority and confidence and kindness, and many, including myself, value you for that. So with that, I'd like to introduce the Rotary Club of Chestermere to talk about the Paul Harris Fellowship Award and what they are doing here today.
Well, thank you. I'm not making eye contact with anybody right now.
Good morning. My name is Bill Quinney, and this is my son, Maury Quinney, and it's a pleasure to be here today. And first, don't know the procedures here, but is it permissible to ask for the worship, Mayor Dean, to come down and join us here?
Yeah,
Is
absolutely.
that possible? Okay, thank you. I'll wait till Mayor Dean gets down here, and then I'll start. I'm going to start with what is the Paul Harris Fellowship, or Paul Harris Fellow. And Rotary began back in 1905, so that's 120 some years ago, when our founder, Paul Harris, invited a few friends to his office for lunch. As the organization grew, it established the Rotary Foundation. When a Rotarian donates $1,000 US to the foundation, they are recognized as a Paul Harris Fellow and receive a special pin. Over time, this recognition was expanded so that non-Rotarians could also receive the honor for the contribution of the same amount. For someone outside Rotary, this is the highest recognition the organization can offer. Rotary has recognized donations I made years ago, and today I'm able to present this honor on behalf of the Quinney family and the Rotary Club of Chestermere to our Mayor, Shannon Paul Dean. Now I'd like to turn the microphone over to Maury.
His Worship Shannon Dean has long been a strong supporter of both the Rotary Club of Chestermere and the Quinney family. My first memories of Shannon go back to when he refereed my daughter Tara's hockey games, sending her to the penalty box more than once for some enthusiastic stick checking in the corner. And yes, he is still keeping the kids in line today. Our second connection came through his role as camp director at Camp Chestermere, where he built a true partnership with Rotary. The camp hosted challenges to our annual Rotary Amazing Race, using both the grounds and the lake, and at least once serving as the final destination for the entire event. We partnered on creating shared use items for both the camp and Rotary. Our club even moved our monthly meetings to the camp for a time. And when several cabins needed upgrading, Rotary stepped in, funding the materials, providing volunteer labor, including plumbing and electrical, and completing renovations to the interior. Cabin 4A still proudly carries the Rotary emblem. Finally, Shannon supported my family and family personally. including attending my wife's celebration of life in July. That meant a great deal to us.
Okay. Oop. Here's a picture. Here's a picture. Here's the award. This is to Shannon Pauldine, is hereby named a Paul Harris Fellow, and I'll let Maury put this pin on. Maybe you can wear this pin with pride. Oh,
For sticking with it. Your daughter deserved all this
oh yeah.
She grew out of it.
There's half of it. I'll get the other half.
Well, now she's coach.
Yeah, no.
She is busy with it too, I can tell you.
Where do you want it?
And you can wear that at any time. It's recognized. It's not the rotary wheel. It's a picture of our founder. And so this goes to you, Shannon.
Well, thank you so much.
You betcha.
That's amazing. Thank you.
Thanks, Shannon.
Thank you.
It's big on.
Yeah, absolutely. Where do you want us? Where are we looking? Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah. Well, good.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks again.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We may disappear now.
Yeah, I can work.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. While you take a second to try not to be embarrassed, I'm just going to let you know this really is the highest recognition that Rotary can give a non-Rotarian. And it might interest you to know that I got an award from Rotary before I was a Rotarian, and it wasn't that one. So you've gotten a higher award from Rotary than I have. Congratulations.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. To Rotary, what I will say is I very much appreciate the work that you do in our community. I will say I acknowledged at the Habitat for Humanity. So when we did the groundbreaking for Habitat for Humanity, there was Rotary Club at the groundbreaking for Habitat for Humanity. And Rotary does, they are a smaller but mighty group here in Chestermere who are always looking for more volunteers and more help and more Rotarians to join the great work that they do. I've appreciated the opportunity to support the Rotary Club in the numerous ways that you had mentioned, as well as I had an incredible time this past summer with the RVers from the Rotary Club over at the campground and getting the chance to meet international and my roots, if you will, for Rotary go way back because my dad is Rotarian, and so used to seeing the Rotarian emblem around my own home as a child, as my dad has been with the Rotary Club for well, ever. So strong believer in what the Rotary does. Thank you for everything you do in our community. Thank you for the selfless ways in which you serve, the bike program you've got going and things like that. And we are aware that we, the city, can continue to find ways to support the Rotary Club. So thank you so much for what you guys do in our community. It is greatly appreciated and noted. Thank you. Awesome. So like with that, I'm just supposed to go back to business and do the meeting now? Is that okay? All right, so we'll do that. Okay, well, thank you. So moving now to item 6.2, which is the resolution tracker. Mr. Edney.
All right, good morning, Council. Thank you, Mayor Dean. Just through you to Council. Not too many updates on the resolution tracker for me to talk about. Most are pretty self-explanatory. Again, we've completed a few more projects that got bumped to the second page. That'll show there for you. We have quite a few projects coming up either today or in the next two meetings before we break for Christmas here. One thing I would like to ask for, one of the motions from council back in July, it's at the top of page 2, related to the off-site levy policy. There was a request to bring that back by the end of December. We will talk about this in some fairly good detail when we get to budget, both in camera and likely publicly as well. We lost 2 key employees who looked after our offsite levy model. We have complete changeover in leadership in the finance department. So we do have all hands on deck right now reviewing our offsite levy policy. And so we just respectfully ask that council give us a little more time with our new individuals to work through the offsite levy, work through the new policy, and bring that back by the end of Q1, which should be nicely in time for budget, OSL review, all those kind of things. So looking for a motion out of here, requesting council permission to extend the deadline for that motion to Q1 of 2026. And then the only other thing I'll point out, the one underneath that, there was a motion from council to proceed with a transit feasibility study. So we did complete engagement a couple days ago. One round of public engagement at the rec center. You'll notice there's some signs up in City Hall talking about the transit feasibility study. Just wanted to make sure expectations for timeline are consistent for everyone. This will be expected to be brought back to council at the end of March in 2026. So that was talked about when you made the original motion, but just want to make sure expectations are clear that this is a longer project and it'll take a few more months for us to complete. Other than that, if there's any questions, I would just look for that motion for motion 250722-11.
That's helpful. Thank you. Deputy Mayor, I see that your microphone has lit up. Is it a question or do you want to make the motion? Okay. Thank you. Can we just do the motion first? Let's handle that one. And then we'll open it up for questions in general with the resolution tracker. Deputy Mayor, are you okay to make that motion?
Certainly. So move that council extend the deadline for motion 250722-11 to by the end of Q1 2026.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, Deputy Mayor, opening for questions.
Yes, and thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Adney, starting out by saying, kudos to you and your team for accomplishing quite a bit here. We're a very enthusiastic council, so it's great to see you guys are accomplishing a lot of the motions. There is, a couple that are, low-hanging fruits. One of them being 25027-42. Council direct the mayor to work with Staff Sergeant Clausen. She's right there. In writing a letter to the RCMP. I imagine that one shouldn't be that difficult. I would definitely like some update on the motion just above it, which is 250325-09, Council Direct Administration to work with Chestermere Library to revise the Chestermere Library business plan. And I do see that the staff member that's mentioned there is obviously no longer. So I'm just wondering if you have somebody in place and where that is at.
Thank you. If you don't mind, Deputy Mayor, I'm going to take the first one and then we'll go to the second question. I'll take the first question. So when we were at AB Munis, myself and the CAO had the opportunity to meet with K Division with regards to the concerns that were going to be outlined in this letter. Subsequent from that meeting, I also had a meeting with K Division, interaction less than a meeting. I had a conversation, would be a better way to phrase it. I had a conversation with K Division when I was at RMA as a follow-up to the AB Munis conversation. I do understand that K Division has been in contact with Staff Sergeant Clausen since AB Munis, and since then there has now been some email correspondence that has gone back and forth, and we're in the process right now of working with our executive assistant in setting up a meeting. I don't know if that date's been set yet, but we're playing email tag back and forth right now. So what I would wonder, looking to our CAO, is should we rescind said motions that it's been handled in a different way, or maybe in the progress, just because now it's been handled, really, right? The letter was really to start the conversation that you and I ended up having with K Division anyway, and really the subsequent meeting that you and I are going to be having with K Division and Staff Sergeant Clausen is literally that motion. So I'm wondering if we can either consider that motion closed, or should we rescind that motion, Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to council. So I would suggest, if council's in agreement that it's been handled how council hoped it would be without writing the letter, I would rescind that motion then, just because it's not relevant at this point.
Yeah, thank you. So, council, that'd be my recommendation. We are handling it. It is progressing, and like I said, we are literally in the process as soon as yesterday afternoon of email tag back and forth, just setting up, trying to find a common time for us all to meet to do that. So, could we have a motion then to rescind motion 250527-42? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor?
Let's move that council rescind motion 250527-42.
Comments, questions, Councillor Schindler?
I'm just a curious question. Should we then replace or do another motion to direct administration to continue with talks with K Division? And
No, because it's already happening, right? So those things, like it's happening. We've acknowledged that it's happening. We had the meeting with K Division. I would consider that just part of regular day-to-day work that happens anyway. Our administration meets with the RCMP on a fairly regular basis as is, so I don't think we need a motion for that. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So, Mr. Edney, Deputy Mayor had a second question there about the library piece.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. To Deputy Mayor and Ryan, one note of comment: we're going to update these comments to an internal version of comments and then a public version of comments, because it's really not relevant necessarily to the public of who's leading this particular endeavor. That's something for administration to figure out. On that note, in case I guess council isn't aware, Kate still works for the city of Chestermere. She works remotely for us, so she is leading some of these projects that are conducive to remote work, and the library business plan is one of these. It's taken a little bit of a backseat over the summer just with the changes that were happening at the library. I understand there's some imminent changes, if they maybe haven't already happened. We've been kind of waiting for that new management team to be in place to start working with them. There is money in the 2026 budget request to do a formal updated business plan study for the offsite levy model. So it is on our radar. Kate will be leading it, and it will get underway likely pretty soon here.
Thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. We did have a library board meeting, Mr. Edney, and the library board and the new administration is wondering who their contact is. So in general at the city, who is their contact? Would that be Kate? Would it be that department, or who should we advise?
Mr. Edney?
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Sandbo. I think right now, make that me, and then we'll figure out internally who kind of is the main contact for the library. Kate will be someone working with them, but I think we'll have a main contact with someone up on this stage, if this is a stage.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the resolution tracker? Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. On a different item, and through you again. So this would be an item from June 24th. It's -22. So this was related to the fund development opportunities. Through to Mr. Edney, I noticed that it says the revised capital budget for this project needs to be approved first. The intent of this motion was to send out an RFP to get this started, and we had a Class D estimate that would be suitable to get this going. I believe I was told that an RFP had gone out. Is that correct?
Mr. Edney? Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry about that, Mayor Dean. Thank you, Mayor Dean. To Councillor Sandbo, no, an RFP has not gone out. Again, this comment probably should have been updated. I don't think the capital budget needs to be approved. My discussions with the rec team, though, is right now at this stage, we're still in such a preliminary phase of what we're exploring that their recommendation is we move that along a little bit so that we can have a discussion. So in this study, it can recognize what are people actually trying to fund. There's some money in the 2026 budget to complete that RFP. We never actually allocated a budget for it off of this motion. So these will be some discussions we'll have over the next week here of what that looks like and how we proceed forward.
Okay. If I may, Your Worship, I want to push back on that a little bit. This needs to get started now. We are at a stage where we can start the conversation because there is a year to 18 months of work up front before any solicitation actually starts. So I really do think that the RFP needs to go out now. It's going to be a few months of that and finding someone and selecting someone and then all the initial work. And it could delay the potential for what could be solicited if it's not started now.
Mr. Edney?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Dean. Yeah, let's discuss this during the budget process here because we never allocated a budget item for this, so we can do that, but I don't think right here today is the appropriate time to do that.
Great, thank you. Okay. Sorry, Council, anything else from Resolution Tracker? Thank you. Mr. Edney, I appreciate the comments that about creating kind of two, like a public where it's at and then more of a private one. I think too, from conversations in our weekly meeting, that the plan with that then though is that council would still see the quote unquote private one, if you will, so that they knew where things were sitting. So if they had questions, they could follow that up. Would that be correct, Mr. Edney?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Finally, I do have a question with regards to June 24th, 250624-27. Administration with Rocky View School Board, October 8th, and ELT on our presentation can be scheduled for council. Are you looking then for a motion for this one with a timeline, or what would, because that feels like we should book something then if we're looking for a presentation. Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Again, the motion captures it. A report will be brought back to council at a future meeting. This is an internal comment of it's ready to go to bring it back to you. We're just working through, as we do every week, what agendas look like and what's urgent and what ends up on there. So I would expect this to come back in early January to one of our meetings.
So can we make a motion for that right now and put a date on it? Mr. Edney?
If you really want to.
Kinda.
I'm gonna request.
Yeah,
I'm gonna request
do,
you put end of January anyways. So.
Yeah, right. Because like right now there isn't a timeline on that, and I think that that's something we've been working really hard on, is putting some timelines. I think that this also speaks to the comments from Councillor Sambo on the above one. I would encourage all of us here on council as we're moving forward, and now we've kind of got that year under our belt of experience, so to speak. As we're bringing stuff back from our committees, being as specific as possible. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the motion. That is not what I'm suggesting at all. What I am saying is, as we're bringing stuff back from committee, let's make sure that we're being as specific as we possibly can with regards to our motions, so that that can then get captured. Things like timelines, those sorts of things. I know that it's at times in the comments, but perhaps something that we can explore as we're working with legislative services is there anything else that needs to be within that motion to ensure that. So, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll have two comments on both those motions. One thing I think I want council, and I know council's aware of this, I just want to remind everybody as we move into the next, like, this motion doesn't talk about an RFP anywhere, and the RFP never came back for a motion. That was a discussion I think that the committee had, and a staff member said, sure, we'll look into it. Committees can't create work like that. Right. So committees, if you want something done, the committee needs to make a motion as a committee to recommend to council that council does that, and then it needs to come to a council meeting for that motion. So I think this is one of those little process things we maybe got caught up on. So that's why, yeah, we can direct that to take that. If the mayor's task force for recreation recommends that we do an RFP right away to go do that, that motion should come back from that committee to council for council to make that motion and allocate the budget funding to it. The other one on this one, yeah, I mean, we can put, I understand there's often on a lot of these, and I apologize, there's some that are outstanding for a while. The timelines are great, but in the throes of budget and trying to work with Rocky View schools and stuff, I would suggest council's or administration's moving fairly quickly on this project. It's not that it's not a high priority project. It's just when we allocate where workloads are right at this time of the year. Putting this presentation together will take a little bit more time, so I just asked that end of January be what the motion can.
Oh, I was going to suggest end of February.
Well, that's even better.
Right? Like, given all of that, right? I think one of the things that I want to acknowledge, and I have come to this realization, and it's something that I think that we need to acknowledge. I think that there is almost an expectation. I will admit I had this expectation that coming off the election, because we, as a community, were fortunate enough to have all 7 of us reelected. There was a part of me that kind of expected, well, we just pick up from where we left off and we just keep going. And there's, I have realized that there is almost a bit of a restart that has had to happen, given the fact that we've had 2 conferences back to back, but also with orientation, with everything. There is, I feel a certain kind of angst about it as well, but also realizing that I think, to be fair, there was a month in between council meetings where we were campaigning. And I don't know about you, but campaigning brain and governing brain are, well, they're 2 different brains in a lot of ways. And so I think having a little bit of grace, not only for ourselves, but for our administration as well, because that is a realization. I'll go back to that's a learning that I have had going back to Councillor Sambo's comments about me earlier, was that I have learned that, and it's been a hard lesson for me to accept the last couple of weeks, that there is almost a bit of a restart that happens, thankfully quicker for us than I think for some other councils that have had complete turnovers, but still, I think just to temper some expectations. So if I may, so on this motion then, would it be then to bring back the presentation mentioned in motion 250-64-27 by the end of February 2026? Would that be the motion for today? Okay. Josh, did you get that? Do you want me to say it again? Yeah. Thank you. Now, council, I just kind of bombed out February, but I'm okay opening up discussion if you would rather have January as opposed to February, or I am just thinking about the number of meetings that we have in between and coming into January. So do you want it February or January, or is February's okay? February's okay? See nodding? Okay. Can I have a... bring back to council. Council Director Administration to bring back. Oh yeah. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Certainly, Your Worship. I move that Council direct administration to bring back the report mentioned on motion 250624-27 to Council by the end of February 2026.
Mr. Edney?
Oh, no.
No, you're just pressing buttons. Oh, okay. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Just to follow up on my previous comments around the campaign feasibility study, I did 100% confirm we have a line item in the operating budget that we'll start discussing this afternoon to complete that study. So My comments around how the committee should work can also be circumvented if admin puts something in the budget this way. So we'll have those discussions.
Thank you. I do think, though, that it stands to reason your comments with committee work. And just a reminder for all of us that our committees outside of the Grant Adjudication Committee have no decision-making authority. We gave the Grant Adjudication Committee decision-making authority with regards to grants, but other than that, they have no decision-making authority. They cannot direct administration. They make recommendations to council, and then we make that. So that comment still stands to reason, but it's good to hear that that is moving. Okay, any other comments, questions with regards to the resolution tracker? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to know the June 17th, the motion 250617-04 for the Hill Gardening Learning Center. So where we are at, any update or anything?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I'm not sure at this time. I'll just leave it at that one. It's kind of a work in progress, but I think there's some misalignment of expectations between administration and Hill Gardner Learning, and I think we're trying to work through those.
I think, too, we've also done some learnings from our time at conferences about some things that are happening on the provincial stage right now when it comes to satellite campuses for post-secondary institutions and the challenges that exist therein. Just learning about some satellite campuses that are closing across the province. And so as it's something that we're trying to look at, it is certainly something, as we go back to the very beginning of this meeting, conversations that we are having with ministers, that is certainly a conversation that our council is having with the Minister of Advanced Education to see where the province is sitting at with that, because there has been some shifting across the province right now with that when it comes to advanced education. And that comment should not be taken as a negative at all. And there's just things that are happening right now for province-wide, not necessarily related to the provincial government, when it comes to post-secondary satellite campuses. Okay. Any other comments, questions with regards to the resolution tracker? Thank you. I believe we have one final motion to accept for information, which I still think we should do, given the fact that there was a whole bunch of other items as well. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the 2025 resolution tracker for information.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now moving to item 7.1.1, the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework, ICF, and Intermunicipal Development Plan, IDP, for Alberta Community Partnership Grant Funding Application. Presented by JP Leclerc. Are all of your presentations going to be this wordy in the introduction? I'm just asking.
I think that was rewritten by maybe Ledge Services.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair. So is teamwork on that one?
Yeah, make it more explanatory, maybe. I'm not sure. All right. Good morning. Through the mayor to council, as mentioned, I'm presenting on a request for a decision on the Alberta Community Partnership Grant applications, intermunicipal collaboration stream. Recommendations to council, that council direct administration to apply for the Alberta Community Partnership Intermunicipal Collaboration Grant for the City of Chestermere, Rocky View County Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework and Intermunicipal Development Plan to a maximum of $200,000 with the City of Chestermere as the managing partner, and that council approve the City of Chestermere as a project participant in the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework and Intermunicipal Development Plan projects with the City of Calgary as the managing partner. On the background, they are the Alberta Community Partnership, ACP, is currently accepting applications for or till the 28th of this month. These motions are a requirement for the application of the grants. The motions must be made by the 23rd of December. So we're in line with that. Yeah, as mentioned, they are required. This follows the dissolution of the Calgary Metropolitan Region Board and Ministerial Order 02525 from the Minister of Municipal Affairs that we have till the 30th of November of 2027 to complete these projects. So the implications, financial, obviously if we receive these grants, that will help in funding the projects. The service, grants provide an opportunity to collaborate with our municipal neighbors on servicing for residents and provide direction for the interface lands as well. And from a regional perspective, continue to strengthen our regional partnerships. I am happy to answer any questions on these motions.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit to all of us that are kind of sitting on this side of the bench, yourself as well, kind of, I can't remember the word Mr. Edney used a minute ago for his group over there. But can you just speak to why this work is so important and what exactly the ICFs and IDPs are?
Well, firstly, they are mandated as explained through the dissolution of the CMRB. So we have to do these by that time frame that the minister has established. So that's one. And then the importance, definitely the ICF, the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework, they're both required, but it provides for efficiency and servicing between municipalities, i.e. recreation, transportation, water, wastewater, solid waste, and emergency services are the requirements per the MGA to establish those, or to have agreement between municipal neighbors on those types of services. IDP has to do with the interface lands between, say, Rocky View and Chestermere and Calgary and Chestermere to establish how it's the highest level of planning to establish how that land will develop.
Great, thank you. And just to some further commentary, I'm not sure, Mr. Edney, if you want to jump in on this as well. When you talk about things like recreation, we're literally talking about possibility of funding models under an ICF, because we're looking at the possibility of Rocky View residents utilizing facilities within the city of Chestermere. And so because we don't have the CMRB anymore, one of the things that happens with an ICF is within your ICF, you can come up with agreements as to funding models or funding agreements, or how things are paid for essentially under an ICF, as well as that interplay that works with within that. So I guess I can't reiterate enough how important this is. These are conversations that have certainly already started at the mayor-to-mayor level, and now we certainly need to continue those. We have a couple of inter-municipal meetings coming up, both with Calgary and with Rocky View. I think later this week is Rocky View, and next week is Calgary. So we have those meetings coming up. But I do want to point out that this is very important work that has to be done. So yes, it's mandated, but it's mandated for good reasons, because this can be of benefit to the city of Chestermere. I have a couple of other questions, but I will first go to Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration and Mr. Leclerc, you mentioned that in one line, the city of Chestermere is a managing partner, and then the other ICF and the IDP with Calgary, they're listed as the managing partner. Can you tell us what the difference is between a regular partner and a managing partner?
Gotcha. I said I have more questions. Thank
Perfect.
you. Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. From a practical perspective, the distinction between a managing and a participant partner is for the grant application, in the sense that we can only apply for one grant in this stream. So basically, we're working cooperatively with the three municipalities, Rocky View, Calgary, and Chestermere, to maximize the amount of grants we can get for these projects. So we have a managing partner for, I guess there'd be 3 IDPs, 3 ICFs. Each municipality is a managing partner and a participant partner with the crossover, if that makes any sense. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilor Grant. Sola, question. Perfect. Thank you. Any other questions from council with regards to these motions that are upcoming or the presentation? Great. Thank you. Can I have the motions, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council direct administration to apply for the Alberta Community Partnership, ACP, Intermunicipal Collaboration Grant for the City of Chestermere, Rocky View County Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework and Intermunicipal Development Plan, IDP, to a maximum of $200,000 with the City of Chestermere as the managing partner.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Thank you, and that's carried unanimously. Was there a second motion for this presentation? Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor.
So move that council approve the City of Chestermere as a project participant in the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework, ICF, and Intermunicipal Development Plan, IDP projects with the City of Calgary as the managing partner.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. I guess the one comment I would make is please to administration through the CAO to the rest of administration, if there's any way that council or myself can be of assistance with advocacy for these. I believe that these are through municipal affairs, which would be Minister Williams. I believe that's where these go. So if there's any advocacy work in terms of elected picking up the phone to call another elected, please feel free to involve myself. Happy to support these because it would be great for us to obviously get these grants because we'll have other municipalities applying as well. So great. Thank you. Thanks. Okay. Moving now to item 7.2.1, which is communication strategies towards crime prevention, presented by Mr. Matthew Anderson, Manager of Communications. This is your first presentation, I think.
It is. You just,
how are you feeling?
you want to draw attention to that?
Well, I did a little bit. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know if you know, we like to have some fun here at the City of Chestermere.
I saw that.
And that's with you. We're having fun with.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's a collaborative fun.
I don't need to talk to HR. This is collaborative. All right, thank you. Good morning. Yes, I'm Matthew Anderson. I'm the Manager of Communications. Just note that all my comments during this presentation will be through the Mayor. And I'm here to quickly present the report on the RCMP Communication Strategies for Crime Prevention for Information. Just to provide a little background for you, this RFI originated back in May, which is about 4 months prior to my arrival here with the city. However, when it was brought to my attention, I was able to set up a meeting with Staff Sergeant Kathy Clausen, Detachment Commander, late October. And it was a very productive meeting. We reviewed the current processes that are going on, discussed the options to achieve the desired outcomes given a few factors, the information that was available from K Division and what was received, such as the stats and the campaigns that come from them, the tools and the resources we have available here as administration, such as our website and our social platforms, and between the two of us, also the current staffing availability and skill sets that we have to work with. So the outcome of that meeting is presented to you in the RFI, which you have. And really to summarize, what we're doing is formalizing a process to work with what we have, really, the existing content platforms, to increase the prominence and awareness of community crime information. So with that, I would welcome any questions for myself, and also I'm fortunate to have the detachment commander here as well, who can also field questions if they're specific to the RCMP.
Great, thank you. Councillor Sambo.
Is it my birthday? We're getting a presentation on comms in a council meeting? This is amazing. Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I have a very easy question and very easy comment. For the webpage, do we have a URL for that one yet? Do we know where people can find that?
Great question. No, we don't have a specific URL for that page. Currently now it's about 5 clicks in to get to the crime prevention map. However, it's not just an RCMP page. We have all of our emergency services through the city that are housed there. So we're looking at how we can rearrange the pages, but bring a bit more prominence to all of our emergency services on our main landing page.
Excellent. Thank you. When you do know that, if you wouldn't mind sending out an email, I would share that with folks. My other one was just a comment. I noted in the RFI that you're focusing on trend-based messaging, which I think is great, best practice and proactive. But I'm hoping you're also working with the RCMP to predict in advance some times in the year where there's likely to be more problems, so we can put out some messages proactively. So I'm thinking long weekends, anytime there might be fireworks, summer, that kind of stuff. Is that something you're covering?
Absolutely. Yep. Excellent comment. And yes, we are working on that because that's a great opportunity for our social to get ahead of it. So those are in there as well.
Great, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the presentation? Okay, I have one. One, I will say that I have appreciated the times when the RCMP, when we've had some higher emergencies, that's a bad wording, but higher risk emergencies that have been going on within the city, and the phone calls that I personally get just to give me a heads up. So for, as an example, I can just, because it was a public one, when there was the unfortunate shooting that happened that was close to our municipality that involved some of our members, the phone call that I received just to give me as mayor a heads up, then I was able to give council a heads up. So I've appreciated those phone calls and would encourage that those continue from the RCMP perspective. I think that communication is always something that we can work on between the RCMP and between the police and council. I think it's always something. So I would say that I have certainly appreciated those. And one of the things, though, that I'm wondering about is the limited capacity to provide regular updates. And so what I'm wondering about that is there a way that we can address that, or what do we mean, or what is the expectation? So I think part of what we were getting at from a council perspective on this is things that we see in some other communities are I can't remember exactly what the program's called, but everything you should do at 9 o'clock. So check your windows, check your doors, lock it or lose it. Yeah, lock it or lose it at 9 o'clock. So just some, Councillor Sambo was hinting at this as well, like some times going in. So I think that would be something like when we talk about as council, language is a funny thing, right? Because we can say something and it means something to this human and then something completely different, and we all use the exact same words. So I think for myself, when I think of regular updates, I think of things like that. Exactly what Councillor Sambo was talking about, but the lock it or lose it. We do a great job, I think, of promoting when we are doing the SCREWS program for license plates and getting that information out there. But is there ways that, say, after a police communications committee meeting, items that come out, ensuring that those minutes are coming to council and then highlighting that specifically as part of our council updates that happen, right? So one of the things that we know that we need to do a better job of as council is those committee updates in terms of just the formality around that. But when I think of police communications, I am fortunate enough where I get an update, but then updating the public as to what's happening, some information that comes out of those, because there's some great conversations that happen at those. So I think for me, those are some things that would fall under regular updates that I wonder if we could, if to me, that's something that we're already doing. We already send out, so by Friday of this week, we will have sent out a communication of the highlights of what happened at this council meeting, for example, right? So had there been a police communications, perhaps that's an extra post, I don't know, but something that we could do. Those are things that I would think that would fit under that regular updates piece. Councillor Schindler.
Yes, thank you very much, and through the chair to administration. I'm just curious. I'm looking at this and I'm seeing a very interesting look at communications through the digital realm. And while I applaud that, what I'm hearing from residents is the lack of visibility. Is there a way to address that through human interactions on a more holistic approach to increase that visibility in the public through programs that similar to Coffee with a Cop and attending schools and whatnot that are being done that can be also utilizing these pages to organize?
That's a perfect one for you. I was about to invite you up.
So, thank you, first of all, for your question. We are going to be having a meeting with Division to talk about our resources, but we all know here that we have a person put in place, crime prevention and victim services person that is not in sitting in that position right yet because of resources. When that transpires, there's going to be a lot more of that. You're going to see a lot more of that interaction and stuff. We've discussed the Coffee with Cop idea. Matthew and I have discussed another community that I worked in prior that do one-on-ones with like youth. So they'll identify that they have certain questions of RCMP, et cetera, and they'll do a little sit-down video, and then that will get played on the city website, something like that. We still have members that are attending events. So that all increases when resources increase, right? So we're working together to make sure that that happens in the future. And I know it's been lacking a bit due to the levels of resources that we've had at the detachment over the last few months. So,
Councillor Schindler.
And just further to that, again with the digital aspect of this, I'm also looking at some of our aging populations where maybe being digital isn't exactly accessible or where they're at. So could we have another approach to attaching or communications to utility bills or things like that?
The Wave.
In the Wave, yes.
In the Wave as one of them. And
something that gets to every single home as opposed to the Wave is relatively localized in businesses, and yeah, they'd have to come to the city to get a copy. So just out of curiosity.
That would be up to the city if they want to stuff the utility bill envelope. So if that's a decision they want to do, then that's definitely an option.
Cool.
It's just that, yes, the digital world is taking over.
It is.
Yes, we do have some people that don't utilize it. So it depends on what you want to target and for what reason. So.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. I wanted to bring up one final thing, and this is something that I have brought up several times, and I'm just wondering if there's any interest in this. This is something that we used to utilize in this community, and we used to utilize it very, very well. And this was a very effective tool for myself in my previous life, and it was Voyant. And what happened was when there was, especially when it was weather emergencies or other emergencies, there was an alert that got pushed out utilizing this app. And it was great for me because in my previous life, I was responsible for 300 plus humans a day. And so when there was a tornado coming, that I get it, there's weather apps that show that as well, but when it was specific for Chestermere, if something was coming, I would get the alert, and then we were able to respond accordingly. And I know that there were lots of other residents that utilized this as well, so not necessarily looking for comment on it right away. I just want to highlight it as well that with regards to things like this, there are apps that already exist that the city used to utilize, and or I know that from going to the conferences for the last couple of weeks, there are a couple of resources that I picked up while there that I would love to provide to administration about some apps that can be specifically developed for your community. That I think would be great. But I just wanted to bring up Voyant again, only because, again, as somebody who was responsible for a few hundred humans a day, having something that went off on my phone in live time that let me know that because we had a tornado that went right past us and then touched down in Langton. And so it would be really good for us to explore something like that again, because it was certainly valuable in my previous lifetime. So not necessarily looking for comment.
No.
I welcome comment though, but
Okay. No, excellent comments. Thank you all. We are certainly looking at all the different options that we can have available, and I don't want to speak too soon, but I have been made aware that a feature like that is coming and something that this city is picking up. So we will be exploring how we can use that, and this would be one of the ways we could look at it.
awesome. Great. Thank you. Okay, with that, I believe the motion for this is to accept for information. Awesome. Thank you. Can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Counselor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council accept the RCMP communication strategy for the crime prevention report for information.
Comments, questions from council? I'm just dragging this out for you at this point because it was your first one. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll take a break and we will come back at 10:20. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our break here and moving on to item 7.3.1, which is our Q3 variance report. And this is being presented by Mr. Kent Edney, who is our Chief Administrative Officer, and Mark Shontkin. Oh, he's nodding. Did I do good? Yes. Who is our Senior Manager of Finance. Good morning. Sorry, Mr. Edney.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Dean. So our agenda says that both Mark and I are going to present this. In the report, I will just present it at this point. As council's aware, we've had some significant changeover in the finance department in recent weeks. I'm happy to introduce you to Mark if you haven't already met him. Mark's sitting in the back row next to James there. Mark comes from County of Grand Prairie and a long, extensive history. That sounded bad. That made you sound old like me. 25 years working in municipal government, a bunch of different roles, CFO, Director of Corporate Services, Director of Finance, that kind of thing. Very happy to have him in the organization. He's been fantastic helping out with not just this variance report, but budget. But given he's 3 weeks into being here with us, well, I actually have faith he probably understands these numbers already. I didn't think it was fair to ask him to come up and present on something that was done before his time. So I'll take this presentation, and going forward, you can expect a quarterly update from Mark, not just on the operating budget, but on the capital budget as well. So that's a bit of a preview. We'll have a capital budget update either the 2nd or the 9th on how 2025 went once we can get those numbers sorted out. So walking through this report, not quickly, but it's a much shorter report, I think, than you're used to. A little bit of that is me. That's what I like to do, keep my reports short. Number 2 is, again, with all the changeover, it's taken some time to get some numbers that we were comfortable with. So there's not a ton of elaboration and info, but I think it hits the important points on here. If we go to 2 more pages. There, Josh. So just on the highlights side of things, we're forecasting a surplus at the end of the year of approximately $4.3 million. It consists of 2 things. One, $1.2 million in extra revenue and a decrease in expenses of about $3.1 million. On the revenue side, the big drivers are really a increase in our return on investments of just under $1 million. And one of the big ones is actually we've seen an increase in building permit revenue of almost $1.7 million this year. Now, a little bit of that is with Trump's reelection and the tariffs and all that kind of stuff. At last year's budget time, we discussed as a group that, hey, we don't know what the impacts are going to be. Everybody was expecting a bit of a slowdown. So we budgeted a little bit less for revenues on the CGI side, and we were wrong in the right direction, I suppose, if you're looking at revenues, in that, as you'll see as we go through the budget process, I think we're actually ahead of 2024 in 2025 for building permits and construction activity. So we didn't see the slowdown that we were anticipating, so that's been good from that revenue perspective. But an interesting comment is the next one. What we have seen is a reduction in subdivision requests, so of almost $670,000. So that's that precursor to forecasting what we are expecting in the coming years. Through the land use process, subdivision is the first step. Well, not the first step, but it's the last step before you then start going for development permits and building permits. So as the subdivision requests are decreasing, we expect to see some of the building and permit revenue and activity start to decrease, I guess, after the fact, from that change. On the expenses side, there's really a couple of big drivers here. One is $1.3 million variance in personnel, in salary and wages. Main driver of this, and we'll talk about this more at budget time, is really what we've been doing is budgeting as though we're at full capacity all the time. That's never reality in really any organization. You're often 3, 4, 5% just with vacancies, timing of when people come and go, new recruitments, that kind of thing. So that's about a $1.3 million positive variance right now. We did have a $400,000, I'm going to call it a reduction in the cost of the RCMP contract. That was a rebate we received in our Q2, which would have been Q1 of this fiscal year for the RCMP. And what that is when we budget for the RCMP contract, again, we'll talk about this more at budget. For example, if we have a request for 23 officers, but they believe we'll only see 19, we actually only budget and contract for the 19. But then if we only say see 16 officers through the year, we get a credit back for those 3 that weren't in place. So back in our Q2, we received a credit of just over $400,000 for the previous year's contract. So that was never in our budget. It's hard to budget for that, but given that those fiscal years don't align, there could be a potential for another rebate in 2026 budget based on the 2025 numbers. We also saw a big decrease in contracted services, primarily in the Community Growth and Infrastructure Division, as we have been able to recruit, ramp up staffing, prioritize projects. At last year's budget time, we had allocated a fair amount of money towards consultant and special projects that we didn't need to end up using as we filled in some of our key positions here. So that was a reduction of about $500,000. And then the $400,000 we had less in debt payment is an administrative error. We were actually in the 2025 budgeted for a debt payment that had been paid off in 2023. So we didn't do anything fancy other than make a mistake at last year's budgeting time. So that helped us in about $400,000. So real quickly, if we just look at each of our line items, I've got it in 2 ways, one by category and then one by department. Of course, with property taxes, we're projecting to be bang on with what we were expecting to get. In operating grants, we're up a little bit. We received $60,000 for a planning intern that, of course, we didn't plan for. And I've already talked about the investment revenue and the user fees and charges. And then one of the bigger things that I didn't hit on the front, but just in fines, penalties, and license, there's a reduction of about $850,000 in revenue across both the CPO and the RCMP for over budgeting what our expectation for fines collection was from those 2 departments through the year. Again, we'll discuss this in a bit more detail when we get to the 2026 operating budget, looking at actuals and looking at what we should be budgeting. If we look at expenses by category, again, I kind of touched on most of this already. We talked about the reduction in personnel, business and training expenses. One of the big drivers there is just training expense. Again, as we're filling positions and having people come in and getting them settled, we didn't do quite as much formal training as we were hoping. One of the nice things with our senior manager, David Sheedy, I guess he's our acting director of corporate services right now. You've all met him. His background is actually in training and development. So he's done a number of workshops for us that were free of charge. So he's leading a lot of our in-house training that, again, we haven't had to spend money on externally. Again, I've talked a little bit about the contracted and general services expenses. So, of course, if we collect less fines, there's less money that we send to the province. So as we see a decrease in revenue, we also see a decrease in expenses. And then I've talked about the budget of almost $400,000 for debt repayment that didn't need to be done. And then really, if we go to the next 2 slides, or next two pages, I guess. This is the same numbers, just broken down how they play out by department. Again, on the just by division for both the revenue and expenses. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. Otherwise, I think this is another good news story as we move into our budget discussions for 2026. So I'm sure one of the questions will be, what do we do with the surplus? We will wait, of course, till year end when we've confirmed what is that surplus and are our projections accurate. And then we'd have a motion from council to direct that money to go somewhere, likely I'm assuming to reserve fund to be used for some future capital projects, but that will be at council's discretion at the appropriate time.
Great, thank you. I have one question, but I'll hold off, see if there's any comments, questions from council. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Edney. I have a couple of clarifying questions on a few different items. The first one that's piquing my interest, you're talking about the building permits being significantly higher over 2024. I think at one point we were guesstimating that our population this year could increase as much as 6,000 people. I'm wondering whether we have any idea of what the implication on population growth this year or early next year, or all of next year, could be from that.
Mr. Edney?
Just give me one quick second. My computer went to sleep. This is perfect for all of the stuff we're talking about as we come into budget this afternoon. Let me just get this open here quickly. And we are looking potentially at a population into 2026 of 35,170. Building permits. Interestingly, while I say it looks like we're forecasting to be basically on par with 2024, the difference was we forecasted a 15% drop at budget time. So we really have kept that momentum stable, but we had planned for a reduction that we didn't see. So it's not necessarily that it went up over what last year's number was. It's up over what our expectations for this year were.
Councillor Sambo, I think you said had a follow-up.
Yes, thank you. And I have other questions too, but cut me off, Your Worship, if others want to ask questions. So you're projecting 35,000 population mid next year when we do our, and I'm not holding you to that. We'll do a census, but that's what we're projecting at this point.
Yeah, and federal government's, it's their year again to do a census next year, so we don't have one in the budget. They'll be doing it on our behalf.
That's right. Wonderful. Thank you. I also had two, I think, pretty easy questions on the summary of expenses by category.
Yep.
That training expense, is that truly deferred? Is that being added on to next year's budget, or is that being eliminated?
No, it's through the mayor. It's not being added to next year's budget, but we're not cutting our ask for next year's budget.
Okay.
Just because we spent less this year. The intent is hopefully now that we've got staff in place that people are starting to use some of this to help sharpen their skills. It is really something that we try to keep what we spend it on relevant to what people's jobs at the city of Chestermere are. If that,
Right. That makes sense. Thank you.
and that isn't just business. That full 381,000. There's a number of items that roll up into that, but the biggest one is the training expense.
Great, thank you. My last one, just for clarification on the municipal operating grants and awards, that 132, is that basically what GAC, the Grant Adjudication Committee, would grant out, but we're just not projecting that cash would move out of our accounts before the end of this year?
Let me just open that. So this is the grants. I had this same question and I went and looked it up, but that was like 6 days ago before I got my head into budget. Where is it? Yeah, I'll have to circle back to you on that. Of there's a couple of things that roll in there. Yeah, give me a couple minutes and I'll get back to you on that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any other questions? Okay, I have one. I want to go back to the comments you made about the RCMP numbers. I understand if we may not be able to answer this question. I'm just curious about how we audit that. So you said that there, if the staffing level is below projections, that there is a rebate refund that happens back to the city. How is that audited, confirmed? So how do we know that the amount we're getting back matching is the staffing levels of what we are paying for as opposed to the level of service we are receiving? What's the audit that happens from the city perspective to ensure that those match?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. From a particular audit, so when we get it back, and this is maybe something I should share with council when we get these invoices back, there is a lot of detailed accounting that the RCMP does to go into their budget and then that reconciliation. So once they put their budget forth and council approves the budget, we pay the same payment quarterly for the next 4 quarters. And it's an exact same amount. And then at the end of the year is when they do their reconciliation. Now, from an audit perspective, we don't particularly go in and say, hey, you said we averaged 16.1 FTEs. This is where we rely on that regular update from Staff Sergeant Clausen to Director Fluker of, this is something I've shared with you in the past, where we get a regular update of where the staffing levels are at and who is doing what. So it relies a little bit on administration, it's collaboration with the staff sergeant, but we don't, for example, physically walk over to the RCMP department and tap people on the head and count them. So it's not an audit in that perspective,
Sure.
But is it consistent with what we're seeing and what we're expecting and what the information that we've received throughout the year has been portrayed to us?
Sorry, audit might be too strong a word. I guess part of what I'm asking is, when we budget, so if we are going to, I'll just use round numbers, not necessarily the numbers that we are currently using. So if we are going to move from 20 officers to 23 officers, I believe the number is roughly just over 200,000 per officer for that year that we budget for. I think it's close to 223, but let's not quote me on numbers here because I don't want to be quoted on numbers. My point being is that if we do an increase of 3 officers by X amount, and then we find out that the staffing levels, so to use the number you gave, we were budgeting for paying for 19, there was 16. Does that number that we get back match the same as what we budget for? That's what I mean by that audit piece. So certainly not the counting piece. I am curious about that because when I look at these numbers and I think about information that we have been shared, how do we ensure that those numbers are reconciled? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean, through you to council. So there's, I guess, sort of 3 things that work into, there's 2 things, but can be split into 3 things that work into the RCMP budget and that reconciliation. So often what we look at is a cost per officer number. Mm-hmm. So really what that is it takes the whole RCMP budget, divides it by the number of officers budgeted for. But like in here, cost for employee can change when we have a lot of small. If we only had 10 employees working in this building or 100, it doesn't really change the cost of this building. So there's a lot of fixed costs in our RCMP contract that don't really change regardless of whether they have 13 or 19 members. There's also a significant part of that budget that is an administration fee, which covers RCMP, things that happen outside of our direct division. So all the supports, HR, vacations, vacancies, administration in Edmonton, all that kind of stuff. So again, that's not on a per officer basis necessarily. That's on what that share is. So then when you take the variable cost per officer, that's really what we start to focus on is, do we see the proportional decrease in the variable cost? So if, let's make numbers easy so I can do math in my head. If we were budgeting for 20 and we only had 15, do we get a rebate of 25% at least on the variable costs? Then plus some small amount, usually in those sort of fixed costs, but it's not a direct proportion. So the long-winded answer to say we comb through that in great detail, do the math, check to make sure it makes sense, and ask any questions if we need to of the RCMP.
Does the federal government also get a part of that rebate then, since policing is 90-10? 90-10 is correct? 90-10.
Yeah, I can't comment directly on what happens on their 10% side. But
is that something we can look into? I bring this up because, I mean, we've made a pretty strong motion as a council, right, to look at policing models, and part of looking at policing models is policing costs. And certainly I know that all members of council are having to get educated about what's happening across the province. Again, this is not being unsupportive of the RCMP. It is more about us as a council being accountable for every tax dollar that we spend and looking at the rebates. And so if I was sitting as a resident looking at the rebate number, these are the types of questions that I would be asking, thus then related to motions that we have made of looking at policing models of how our costs could look in the future. So that's where I'm going. This is not about looking for a catch or a aha moment, but more so just along the lines of I certainly would like to make sure that we have a greater understanding of that big picture of our policing costs with regards to what's happening with levels of service, staffing levels, resource levels. It was mentioned this morning by the staff sergeant as part of the communications process about resource levels at the detachment. And so I'm just picking up on some of those language pieces and just ensuring that as we're looking at budgeting that we are accounting for all of those things. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Any other questions with regards to the Q3 variance report? Great. Can I have, I believe we're accepting for information. Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Council accept the Q3 operating budget variance analysis for the third quarter of 2025 for information.
Comments, questions for Council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to item 7.4.1, which is capital budget adjustment for parks, being presented by Mr. James Blair, Manager of Parks. Good morning.
Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, this request for decision is for Council to approve additional funds of $3,500 for the completion of Project 6723162, an additional 3 flat deck trailers coming from the local government fiscal framework. A little bit of background on this. The project was initiated to improve maintenance operations, improve safety, transporting crews and equipment to and from work sites, to and from the community operations yard. The addition of these trailers will eliminate the need to road equipment, essentially driving it on the road in and amongst traffic, reducing wear and tear on equipment and improving safety to operators and residents of Chestermere. Original budget was $75,000. The bid we'd like to finalize an award came in at $78,300, with an additional $3,300 coming from the local government fiscal framework. Without the addition of these trailers, we would experience increased safety issues, increased commuting time from job site to job site, from the yard to job site, and ultimately shorter lifespans or life cycles with the equipment that we're currently using. By the end of 2026, so end of next year, the furthest distance we will be traveling from our yard to the furthest green space will be about 9 kilometers. So those mowers you see on the road, driving around all summer long, that's quite a distance when they're only capable of going so fast and in and out of traffic, etc. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council with regards to this presentation? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to administration and Mr. Blair, I assume that these trailers don't drive themselves.
No, sir.
So are we going to have to purchase more trucks, or do we have trucks that are sitting available for these people to use?
We can utilize some of the fleet that we have, yes.
Okay.
So we do not need to purchase new trucks for this project.
Okay. And would there be, I know we have a yard space on the west side of Chestermere. Is there an option to use that space to store some mowers so they're not driving 9 kilometers?
That's being discussed always, yeah. Satellite shop somewhere. We've used the eco center where the garbage trucks work out of in the past. Space is an issue there as we expand and as we build out and get more garbage trucks and more staff in that group. But yeah, it's always being discussed, a satellite shop somewhere, yeah.
Any other questions from council with regards to the presentation? Quick math question. So it's asking for an additional 35, but the price is 33 more. I know it's $200, but I'm just, Mr. Ending.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. That's a CAOism. I said, let's just make sure that 35, let's ask for 3,500, just to make sure it's not like we needed 3305 and then we're $5 short.
Right.
So I just rounded it to make sure we have the complete amount of money that we need. That was my recommendation.
Okay. And with, so the wording on this is the bid we would like to finalize an award came in at 78. Does that mean that there were bids that came within budget?
There was one which didn't address the scope of the project. There was also one that was way over budget.
Oh, okay.
So this is the one that aligned mostly with our scope and needs and closest to budget.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, I know we already approved this funding, but my question is, do we have some time before this is actually needed to be purchased? If we purchase this at the end of February, beginning of March, would that be a problem? And the only reason I'm asking is, I kind of look at this and see a cascading effect on the budget and the budget implications that are going to come from it. And I would like to have a budget conversation about most of this before, we're having these trailers. Now we got trucks. Now we're replacing trucks. Now we're doing other things. That I would like to have a more wholesome conversation about the whole thought of how this is actually going to go from a budget perspective before we move forward.
Councillor Grant, I share your thoughts on this in terms of, so we mentioned the recycling yard. I also wonder about now that the city owns the golf course, and is there possibility of being able to store equipment there if that would work? So I share your thoughts. So I would be curious, is there time sensitivity on this in terms of like how long this contract is available for? Yeah. Because we are about to have budget conversations as soon as a workshop this afternoon here, and obviously those are for 2026 budget. But I would certainly echo some of the thoughts that you're having, Councillor Grant.
So I would say, well, pricing's guaranteed till the end of December.
Okay.
With this particular vendor, using the golf course as a hub, I'm not going to say it's not possible, but I've seen their yard. They're limited for space as well. Their yard is not very big. And that would, in my estimation, only cut down travel time or distance by half.
Okay.
Maybe not even half.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mr. Fluker?
If I may, through the mayor to council, one of the biggest issues with this is the safety aspect. And if you're watching what goes on around town and you see somebody on a lawnmower heading out from the public works yard somewhere over to the west side of the city, it's a miracle that we haven't had somebody run into and killed yet. The longer we delay this, the higher the risk. Now, I know this is winter and we're not moving lawnmowers right now, but I would hate to see this get delayed any further. It causes me some sleepless nights thinking about it. So I think that is the key aspect of this. And even if we move it to, if we could move it to the golf course location or to the recycling location, you've still got to drive all the way south down Rainbow Road, which is a very busy road, driving a lawnmower. Doesn't work in traffic, it just doesn't. So the key issue here is the safety issue.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Schindler.
I see where the safety is coming through. So through the chair to administration, the are there other trailers that we have in the fleet currently? And if we use the satellite depot, how would we get a broken machine from where it's broken to the main depot for repairs?
For broken machines, they'd have to be trailered back. The trailers, we do have some trailers, but these would be specifically for this application. Instead of depleting the rest of the trailer inventory, these would be specifically for mowing crews and set up for them to carry all of their equipment. So not just mowers. They're going to have all of their tools, their fuel, their weed whips, their safety gear, all of it. Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right.
One more comment.
Yeah,
to
please.
Councillor Grant's question about moving this till February or so, or whenever it would be. The build turnaround time, that might affect getting it in time for next year's season. That's all I would say about that. So, I mean, obviously, if we do it sooner rather than later, we get the trailers in time for next season. Yeah.
It also sounded to me that that time frame may not work, just given the fact that the contract is only good until essentially the end of December.
We could always ask for an extension.
Sure, but yeah.
I've done that twice.
Gotcha. Okay, Councillor Grant.
So I think, from my understanding, are these more of a custom trailer than a standard trailer?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're kind of built to suit.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to this? All right. So, council, I want to acknowledge, honor Councillor Grant's comment. So, Councillor Grant, if perhaps you've moved off of this, so I see two options given the timeline. Timeline one being we make the motion today to see and let this play out to see if that passes for the extra 3,500, or option two would be to table this to the December 9th council meeting. Thus, then it would not affect timeline, give us a chance to have a couple budget meetings for that cascading effect that Councillor Grant's getting at, and as well be able to meet your timeline in terms of getting back to the contractor. So I see two possibilities here, but again, I'm acknowledging the second possibility just kind of based on what Councillor Grant had mentioned, and so Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I think that would work. Your second option will work fine with me. We don't need to have a whole many conversations about these trailers and the cascading effects of what it may be. I think if we have a few conversations philosophically about budget, then we'll be able to divine really quickly on how we should move forward. And I threw February out there as just a flippant month, but if it needs to be before the end of the year, I'm okay with that. But I think we should have some conversations.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was getting at when you mentioned. I just had a quick look at our council schedule. We do have our next regular council meeting is December 9th. We have a gap meeting in between, but we do have a regular council meeting on December 9th. And between now and then, we have 4 budget meetings. So we're going to be having extensive conversations about budget in between. So, James, you look like you have a comment. Okay. So what I would suggest is to Councillor Grant, just again, a reminder for all of us, just on legislative procedure, is that Councillor Grant, if you wanted to make a motion to table, then we could vote on said tabling, and that you would make a motion to table item 7. Sorry, my bad. Look at him go. So we could table, then there would not be debate on the tabling because we don't debate tabled motions. We would simply vote. If that's carried, then it would get tabled to the December 9th meeting. Otherwise, we would vote on the current motion. So we could test said motion, but it does sound like if we were to do this, that we could still meet the timeline that you're looking for. And I also want to acknowledge your comments, Mr. Fluker. If we were to do that, that still address the safety piece. If council was able to have a bit of a sober second thought, just in terms of wanting to have that larger conversation. So, Councillor Grant, if you don't mind, I'm going to go to Mr. Fluker first, and then I'll come back to Councillor Grant. Mr. Fluker.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I just have one question, and it's an observation. The $75,000 has already been approved, so the amount we're talking about here is the additional $3,500. So my question is this:
valid point.
If this does not get passed, it leaves us back to square one.
It's a valid point, Councillor Grant, to think about that too. Is there a possibility that we're thinking that we would cancel the entire project? And I'm not sure we would want to do that. But you don't know. That's what you want to have opportunity to talk about.
I'm one person.
I'm with you. Sorry. Mr. Edney.
At this stage, thank you, Mayor Dean, through you. I would just make this motion. We can talk about this in 2 weeks. It's not going to make a difference, I think. As you hear through the capital budget discussions and operating budget discussions, it'll help inform that this was the correct decision to make last year at this time during budget.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was going to suggest if we wanted a middle ground, could we approve this but add just an additional sentence that says, and don't go through with the contract for 2 weeks? So
No.
we couldn't do that? Why not?
No, because you've
Well, because I think what we're trying to do here is have conversations this afternoon. But what will delay us is...
I think the better option would be to table or not.
All right.
Okay. Councillor Schindler?
Just a thought. We're talking about $3,500. What's the budget implication in staff costs to table this, to have a staff member come back in 2 weeks to talk about this, and all of us sitting here costing money? I think that would be way higher than $3,500.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant?
Thank you, Mayor. I understand that concern. I think that there's potentially larger expenses down the road that will make any minute expense right now moot.
Okay. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. I apologize for not having the capital budget update ready for you today. If it helps, we are under budget on every single other capital project we had. So when you look at the total of what we planned to spend versus what we did spend, even with a $3,500 increase to this budget, we will still have some significant savings coming with that report when I bring it back to you in the next week or two, if that is the concern.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I am prepared to state the tabled motion.
Okay.
Are we losing someone?
Sorry. Yes, Councillor Sambo is stepping up for a minute. Yeah, can we? Yeah, let's take a quick recess to give Councillor Sambo that opportunity. So we'll take a quick recess, and we will come back at 11:10. Good morning, everyone. Just coming back from our quick break here. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to move that council table agenda item 7.4.1, capital budget adjustment, parks, to the December 9th, 2025 regular meeting of council.
Thank you. Call for the vote. Okay, so that's tied, which means that that motion is defeated. So then, can I have the next motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Yes, move that council approve additional funds of 3,500 for the completion of project 672362 flat deck trailers coming from the local government fiscal framework.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now we are going to go to item 7.5.1, which is the public member committee appointments. This is being presented by Emily White, Legislative Assistant 2. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. All my comments are going to be made through the CEO and your worship today. So today, administration is just looking to do public member committee appointments, as this was a motion made during the October 30th organizational meeting today. So on all of our council-run committees, we have some vacancies that need to be filled. We have a number of public members who are also needing to be reappointments. And this work will just allow for quorum to be met, and also allow for a smooth transition as we enter into the new year, and to ensure all the committees can smoothly run and not have any interruptions. So before we present the applications and resumes to council, we will just have to move into closed session. So if I could just have a motion for that, please.
Thank you. Just before we do that, I want to go to our CAO. We have 3 items for in-camera. Mr. Edney, would you like to handle all 3 at once, or should we just do committee appointments, come back out, do those, and then go back into close? Procedurally, how would you like to go? Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Either one works for me. The last 2 items I don't think are my items, so that's up to council. Would you like to address them all at once, or would you like to do your other suggestion, adjust one, come out, and then go back in?
I would suggest that we just do 8.1. We'll go into closed session just for item 8.1, and then come out of closed session with the motions for the committee appointments, and then go back into closed session for the final 2. Okay, so can I have a councillor make a motion to go into closed session just for item 8.1, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council move into closed session at 11:14 a.m. to discuss the following: public member committee appointments, evaluations, Access to Information Act, Section 22, confidential evaluations.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our in-camera session. We can I have a motion, please, to come out of in-camera? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council come out of closed session at 12:32 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to take a recess here for lunch, and we will come back at 1:15. Thanks, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We're just coming back now from our lunch break and from our in-camera meeting that in-camera portion of our meeting that we had before the lunch break. I believe that we're going to be coming back with a number of motions. So can I have the first motion, please? I apologize. I'm having some tech issues with my computer restarting here. Sorry, just one moment. I'd like to remind everyone that we're live. Okay. So, can I have a councillor make the first motion, please? Deputy Mayor Narayan.
So move that council bring back the Chestermere Economic Development Advisory Committee in terms of reference to the December 2nd, 2025 Governance and Priorities Committee meeting.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have, so what's going to be happening now is we're going to be making a number of motions appointing people to council. Remember, council, as a point of practice, one of the things that we have done is if this is your committee, don't make the motion, is a practice that we have done. So can I have a councillor make the motion for the library board, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council reappoint the following public member to the Chestermere Library Board effective January 1st, 2025. Joanne Burrows with the term ending January 1st, 2026. Joanne Burrow with the term ending December 31st, 2026. And Rupinder Dulet with the term ending December 31st, 2026.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next one. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council appoint the following public members to the Chestermere Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee effective November 25th, 2025. Aisha Shireen with the term ending December 31st, 2026.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the next motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council reappoint the following public member to the Chestermere Grant Adjudication Committee effective November 25th, 2025. Baljinder Sul with the term ending December 31st, 2026. Namrata Mangu with the term ending December 31st, 2026. Mara Lee Duff with the term ending December 31st, 2027. Nisha John with the term ending December 31st, 2027. And Phil Hioger with the term ending December 31st, 2028.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council appoint the following public members to the Chestermere Grant Adjudication Committee effective November 25th, 2025. Edwin Kroger with the term ending December 31st, 2026, and Mandeep Brar with a term ending December 31st, 2028.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have the next motion, please? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council reappoint the following public members to the Lake and Watershed effective November 25th, 2025. Sonia Leduc with a term ending December 31st, 2027, and Richard Plummer with a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next motion, please. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council appoint the following public members to the Lake and Watershed Committee effective November 25th, 2025. Jennifer Massig with a term ending December 31st, 2027. Gail O'Connell with a term ending December 31st, 2028. Catherine Maida with a term ending December 31st, 2026. And Shanique Burton with a term ending December 31st, 2027.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council reappoint the following public members to the Recreation Committee effective November 21st, 2025. Brent Lads with a term ending December 31st, 2026. Eric Van den Einden, with a term ending December 31st, 2026. Jody Bell with a term ending December 31st, 2027. Kim Soderberg McGray with a term ending December 31st, 2027. Mariska Johnson with a term ending December 31st, 2028. And Shane Hainstock with a term ending December 31st, 2028.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. Councillor Schindler.
Oh, I thought I did.
And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Ryan.
Let's move the council appoint the following public members to the Seniors Advisory Committee effective November 25th, 2025. Marilyn King with term ending December 31st, 2026. Richard Plummer with a term ending December 31st, 2026. Tracy Campbell with a term ending December 31st, 2027. Karen Sherrill with a term ending December 31st, 2027. And Dale Peters with a term ending December 31st, 2028.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sandbo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council reappoint the following public members to the Police Communications Committee effective January 1st, 2026. Lori McLeod with a term ending December 31st, 2027, and Jody Bell with a term ending December 31st, 2028.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council appointment the following public member to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board effective January 1st, 2026. Anna Turnova with the term ending December 31st, 2028. And Joanne Lamina with the term ending December 31st, 2028.
Thank you. Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
I move that council appoint the following public members to the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board effective January 1st, 2026. Lindsay Osmond with a term ending December 31st, 2026.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And then last but not least, I'm just wondering if for this one, can we have the motion, council appoint the following organizations as listed, so we don't have to read through each one. So the following organizations, after organizations, just put as listed below. Or as listed, yeah, that's fine. I think that would fit. Yeah, because I think we need to read them all. Because they're going to be part of the minutes anyway. Great. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council appoint the following organizations as listed to the Not-for-Profit Committee effective January 1st, 2026.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. I believe that wraps up that portion of the great. Awesome. I was starting to feel like a bit of a broken record there for a moment, just saying the same thing over and over. So with that, we're going to move into our final closed session to deal with our final two items for this particular meeting. So can I have a counselor make the following motion, please? Oh, sorry. Before we do that, before we make the motion, two things. Number one, first of all, thank you very much to everyone who has put their names forward. Whether you were selected to be on a committee or not, we certainly, in advance, I want to say thank you for serving your community in this fashion by being on a committee. Second question to our CAO, I was just wondering if you could please outline for us the process that will happen now. So we've now made all of these appointments to the CAO. What will the process be? Is everyone going to be informed? How will that happen if you applied or and were not selected? Can you just outline for everybody, either through yourself or to Legislative Services, what will happen next, please? Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Dean. Through you to council, my expectation is at this point then Legislative Services will send emails or get in contact with everyone to notify them of their appointment, whether they were successful or not. And then we'll ensure that an email goes out to every committee, letting the committee's current committee members know, hey, here's who's been appointed to your board. Get them in touch.
Great, thank you. And certainly, at least on that group email, could we CC the councillor and or mayor who is attached to that committee, please? Mr. Edney?
Yes, absolutely. I would assume they're in the to list because you're part of the committee. But
right. No,
yeah,
I just
want to
make sure. So the process then moving forward will be everybody will be contacted whether they were selected or not, and then on the group email we'll ensure that councillors are also CC'd on those particular committees.
Correct.
Fantastic. Great. Thank you. Okay. Now with that, can I have the motion to go into closed session, please? Councillor Sample.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council move into closed session at 1:30 p.m. to discuss the following: CAO evaluation, Access to Information Act, Section 22, confidential evaluations, and East Acreages, Access to Information Act, Section 29, advice from officials, and Section 34, information that is or will be available to the public.
Great. Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back from our closed session. Can I have a counselor make the motion to come out of closed session, please? Counselor Schindler.
I move that council come out of closed session at 2:12 p.m.
Thank you. Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. We're going to take a short recess to allow people to rejoin us, and we will reconvene at 2:20. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Just coming back here from our final recess. We just have two motions to make based on our in-camera sessions. Can I have the first motion, please, Council? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that Council direct the Mayor and Deputy Mayor Narayan to negotiate an updated contract with CAO Kent Edney.
Comments, questions from Council? Call for the vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council direct the mayor and administration to respond to the residents as discussed in camera on agenda item 8.3, East Acreage.
Comments, questions from council? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And can I get a motion to adjourn, please, Councillor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the meeting at 2:20 p.m.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Thanks, everyone. Okay, 2:30.